Welcome, Councilmember Kugler and Trebnick and Mayor Herbig.
Hello, good evening.
Mayor Herbig, you're muted.
Sorry, just waiting for 6 o'clock.
No problem.
All right. Kenmore City Council is now in session. Will the clerk please take the roll?
Certainly, thank you. Councilmember File,
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Present.
Mayor Herbig,
Here.
Councilmember Baker,
Here.
Councilmember Kugler,
Here.
Councilmember Trebnick,
Here.
Councilmember Marshall.
Present.
All present.
Pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, Section 1, subsection B, the council will enter into executive session to consider real estate acquisition, and pursuant to RCW 42.30.110, 1, subsection I, to discuss pending or potential litigation. The session is scheduled to conclude at approximately 6:59 p.m. tonight. So with that, we will adjourn to executive session.
And if you're with us, you did hear the mayor did announce that for two individual reasons, the council has now recessed into an executive session, and they hope to conclude the session 6:59 p.m. If there is any action as the aftermath of the executive session, it will be conducted in open session. Thank you. Welcome back, Councilmember Baker and Kugler.
Hello, thank you.
Welcome back, council members. Councilmember Marshall, can you hear me okay? Good. Can we see if we can hear you okay? Oh, you're muted, so I'm assuming we can. We hear you, you're muted. Okay, cursor froze. But you're unmuted. Oh, now you're muted again.
Oh, okay. It
Yeah,
throws
there
in
you
the
are.
right place.
Okay, there you are.
Waiting on Councilmember Shrubnik.
Looks like our city attorney needs to be promoted as well.
She's on her way. Hold on. And here comes Councilmember Shrubnik.
I have a quick question for the city attorney before we get going.
Yes.
Yes, so we have the one matter that we already have a motion for. Should we do that immediately?
Sure, you can do that before you adjourn the special meeting.
Okay. The chair would entertain a motion to authorize the city manager or the city manager's designee to take all actions necessary to close the purchase of the Cozy Inn Tavern property located at 6215 Northeast Bothell Way, Kenmore, Washington, pursuant to the real estate purchase and sale agreement dated February 4th, 2022, and approve the payment of the purchase price of $650,000 together with all ordinary closing costs, with such closing documents subject to legal review.
And
So
point of
moved.
order, I apologize. Do we have to call the meeting to order first?
We're still in our special meeting.
Oh, okay.
We
So
have a-
So moved.
Second.
All right, I believe Councilmember Baker moved and Councilmember File seconded. Okay, any discussion on the motion? Okay, I'm just gonna say a few things because I think I'll be an outlier on this, so I'll explain my vote to the public. But I voted against authorizing us to make an offer on this property a couple weeks ago, and I'm going to vote against the purchase tonight. This has been part of a discussion we've been having around the bench, doing something with the properties along the south side of 522. We've been having this conversation on and off for a while, but the bench has never really made it into our long-term plans, and we have projects in our long-term plans that we could accelerate if we were willing to spend the same money on these projects already in the pipeline. And I think, especially without a defined plan for these properties right now, that I'm just not comfortable making this purchase right now. That said, if we do move forward purchasing these properties, I of course will work with my colleagues to ensure that we build a solid plan for the area and build something that Kenmore will be proud of. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please take the roll.
Councilmember Kugler,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
No.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall,
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
No.
The motion does pass.
Okay, and with that, I will adjourn our special meeting and call our regular 7 o'clock meeting to order. We will start with the flag salute. We've got a picture today. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now we are at agenda approval. I would entertain a motion to amend the agenda to add an executive session after the flag salute to go into executive session pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)B to consider real estate acquisition and pursuant to RCW 42.30.110(1)I to discuss pending or potential litigation. How long do we need this executive session?
Mr. Mayor, if I may, I think probably approximately 20 minutes.
Okay, let's say 20 minutes. We can always extend.
So
I'll
move,
move.
Councilor File.
Okay,
Second.
we've got a motion second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion passes, which brings us to going back to executive session. We'll be back in 20 minutes at 7:25.
Well, friends, that was a little bit of a plot twist. The council has just recessed into another executive session, which of course it's absolutely their prerogative to do that. They always cite the RCWs because it's the RCWs that give them that authority and allow them to meet semi-privately with an attorney present to discuss specific topics. Sounds like they're hoping to be back at 7:26 or maybe 7:25 p.m. Anyway, thanks for sticking with us, and we'll see you around then.
We are going to extend executive session another 15 minutes to 7:40.
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. Welcome back.
Okay, council is coming out of executive session. We are not taking any action. We're missing Councilmember Kugler.
I do not see her yet. Here we are, standby.
Yep. Okay, next on the agenda, we have some proclamations. First one is in honor of Women's History Month. Whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background have made historic contributions to the growth and strength of our city, state, and nation in countless recorded and unrecorded ways. And whereas American women have played and continue to play critical economic, cultural, and social role in every sphere of the life of the nation by constituting a significant portion of the labor force working inside and outside of the home. And whereas American women have played a unique role throughout the history of the nation by providing the majority of the volunteer labor force of the nation. And whereas American women were particularly important in the establishment of early charitable, philanthropic, and cultural institutions in our nation. And whereas American women of every race, class, and ethnic background served as early leaders at the forefront of every major progressive social change movement. And whereas American women have served our country courageously in the military. And whereas American women have been leaders not only in securing their own rights of suffrage and equal opportunity, but also in the abolitionist movement, the emancipation movement, the industrial labor movement, the civil rights movement, and other movements, especially the peace movement, which create a more fair and just society for all. And whereas, despite these contributions, the role of American women in history has been consistently overlooked and undervalued in the literature, teaching, and study of American history. Now, therefore, I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby declare March as Women's History Month in the City of Kenmore. The city makes this proclamation to celebrate all women and as an affirmation of the city's commitment to honor the contributions of all women in the past and to support the women who contribute to our future. Did I see a hand there, Deputy Mayor? Okay, sorry. Next up, we have a proclamation to recognize the 50th anniversary of Evergreen Health. Whereas on November 7th, 1967, residents of Kenmore and Northeast King County voted to form King County Public Health District Number 2 to provide hospital and healthcare services to the community. And whereas Evergreen General Hospital opened its doors on March 9th, 1972, and for the past 50 years has advanced the health of the community it serves through its dedication to high quality, safe, compassionate, and cost-effective healthcare. And whereas Evergreen Health is governed by a publicly elected board of commissioners, and whereas Evergreen Health provided exceptional care and service to patients and our community during the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic, and whereas Evergreen Health is committed to consistent year-over-year superior clinical performance across a broad spectrum of care as evidenced by its recognition from Health Grades as one of America's 50 best hospitals, placing it among the top 1% of hospitals in the US. And whereas the Evergreen Health medical staff is made up of over 1,100 providers serving the community with cutting-edge medical care in 70 medical specialties. And whereas Evergreen Health is committed to advancing the health and well-being of the residents of Kenmore, now therefore I, Nigel Herbig, Mayor of the City of Kenmore, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim March 9th, 2022 as Evergreen Health Day and encourage all citizens to join me in recognizing Evergreen Health for 50 years of dedicated service to our community, enriching the health and well-being of every life it touches. And here on behalf of Evergreen Health is Stephanie Lisa, Community Engagement Lead at Evergreen Health.
Yes, hi. And Tim, are you on there? Tim McLaughlin? Do you want to turn on your video, Tim, and unmute yourself?
I'm sorry, I meant to mention Mr. McLaughlin.
Oh, no, it's okay. No worries. Giving Tim a second to see if he is able to do that.
Okay, Stephanie, can you hear me?
Yeah, we'd love to see you on video if you're able, but no worries.
I'm sorry, I'm having problems with my video. Hold on.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Hold on, there I am.
Oh, hi.
Okay, sorry for the delay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tim McLaughlin. I'm the board chair of Evergreen Health. And on behalf of Evergreen Health and our Board of Commissioners, I want to thank the City of Kenmore for this proclamation and for participating in our hospital celebration of 50 years of service to our local community. We're proud of our history as a public hospital district and of our community support, and also of our shared journey through the years from a small 1972 community hospital to a 2022 nationally recognized comprehensive healthcare system. While our official 50th anniversary date is next week, March 9th, today we mark another more somber anniversary. It was actually 2 years ago today that the first hospitalized COVID-19 cases in our country were diagnosed at Evergreen Health. And what has been a really difficult period for obviously many of our patients, for our staff, and for members of our community. It's also been an affirmation of the support that we receive from our community and an affirmation of the role that Evergreen plays as a vital resource within our community. We're tremendously appreciative of the support of Kenmore and the other communities that we serve, as well as the trust that our community places with us to provide compassionate, high-quality healthcare now and into the future. So thank you again for this recognition.
Thank you very much for everything that you do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Have a wonderful evening.
You too.
Next on the agenda is a presentation, Northshore Senior Center introduction with Nathan Phillips, CEO, and Pasha Mohajerjasbi, Program Coordinator.
And we're welcoming them into our space here in a minute.
Okay. There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Great, thank you. And Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members, thank you for having us tonight. Thanks for the opportunity to introduce myself and say hello and give a brief update on the goings on at the Northshore Senior Center. I'm Nathan Phillips. I'm the new CEO at the Northshore Senior Center. And I'd like to give you a quick overview of the year ahead at Northshore at NSC, and then turn it over to my colleague, Pasha Mohajerjasbi, who will quickly highlight a few things about our Kenmore location. As you probably remember, Northshore Senior Center operates several senior center locations in the Northshore area, including Kenmore, and we do some pretty traditional senior center programs, card games and bingo and social and recreational programs. But we also do a whole lot more. In partnership with Evergreen Health, who you just recognized, we do a variety of mental health programs. We offer services for people with disabilities. We have an adult day health program, a transportation program. We do technology support for anyone from the public. And we also have a food bank that we offer to anyone in the Northshore area who's struggling. As you can imagine, the pandemic's been really difficult for the Northshore Senior Center, as it has for all nonprofits. But the services we provide are more important than ever. And as we look ahead to this year, we're really working hard that we can do as much as we can to serve as many community needs as possible, communities that have really been changed by the pandemic. And we really want to thank the City of Kenmore for their support as we work to do that. Also wanted to point out this year, we're working hard to do some improvements at our main location at our Bothell campus, and that's done in partnership with the Northshore Parks and Recreation Service Area, which Councilmember Marshall sits on behalf of the city of Kenmore. We're looking forward to getting a new roof and some new HVAC and some upgrades to our campus that'll really make a big difference in how we serve the communities here. Finally, I also want to point out it's also Northshore Community Center's 50th anniversary this year. And so please stay tuned as we get ready to celebrate and have some big plans for that. And with that, I'll turn over to Pasha, who can kind of give an update on what we're doing out of our small but mighty location there in Rhododendron Park.
Hi, everybody. Yes, my name's Pasha Mohajerjasbi. No points taken away for not being able to say my last name. So how many other Pashas do you know? So that's enough. So again, as Nathan said, thank you to the city of Kenmore, who has shown so much, not only financial support, but emotional support, physical support, encouragement of all of the things that we're trying to get started here at Kenmore again. We just celebrated our 18th birthday party, and some of you were there. So your presence was much appreciated. This coming month, March, we have another celebration, Nowruz, the Persian New Year, which is celebrated by over 300 million people in the world. So this is an attempt to broaden our cultural offerings and plus get more ties into the community. So Kenmore specific, we have established a food pantry there. In the annex of in Rhododendron Park. We started out with 4 patrons on our first day, and we're now up to 31, about an average of 31. And the way we've scheduled it is Hope Link mobile food truck comes the first week, then Kenmore Pantry the second week, then Hope Link the third week, and Kenmore Pantry the fourth week. So we have a food distribution happening every week in one way or another. We also have our social events are starting to pick up again. And as you've probably found, or maybe experiencing yourself, there is sort of a pandemic of loneliness and mental health and the need to connect and isolation. And boy, people are so happy to be coming back to see each other, especially in our little cottage in Rhododendron Park. You know, it's like coming to good grandma's house, not hoarder grandma's house. So I'm just thrilled to be a part of this and to make things happen. And I've got a wonderful relationship with former Mayor Baker and now Mayor Herbig, and hopefully all of you. This is your center as well. We love, love, love the park. That's our biggest asset. We've gotten I don't know, we're like booked already full for 2 or 3 months worth of the picnic shelter already. People are calling to reserve because they're so desperate for community, you know? So, and I've talked to Rita and a few other people in the office about partnering with any events that you have coming up. I would really love for the Kenmore Senior Center to be considered one of the pillars of the community. We have the library, city hall, fire department, senior center. So please include us in your thoughts. And we're, you know, like Nathan said, that's our motto, small but mighty. So thank you all again. And I look forward to a wonderful growing partnership. Any questions?
I'm not seeing anybody. I do want to thank you for coming. I appreciate everything you do. And I had a great time at your birthday. That was a lot of fun. So
good. Well, come on the 22nd, March 22nd for Persian New Year. I'm bringing my samovar and making tea. So
send me an invite.
It'll be an experience. Yeah.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, council members.
Thank you very much. We love Kenmore.
Next up, we have a presentation, King County Passenger Ferry update with Chris Arkhills, Government Relations, and Paul Brodeur, Marine Division Director of King County Metro Transit Department.
Good evening, council members, Mayor Herbig, Deputy Mayor O'Kane. My name's Paul Brodeur, and I'm the director for Metro's Marine Division. The Marine Division's been providing water taxi services on 2 routes since 2008. We have a downtown to Vashon Island route and a downtown to West Seattle route. Pre-COVID passenger ridership, we're experiencing year-over-year increases, topping out over 700,000 passengers in 2019. And during that time, the county's made significant investments in new vessels, moorage and maintenance facility, a new Seattle ferry terminal, just to name a few of the capital projects. And that's some $50 million in investments that were approximately 75 to 80% federally funded. I just give you that background. We're a small division, but we do big things. Next slide, please. Are we slowing? Should I be sharing my screen for the slide presentation? Do you have
Yes,
it?
I believe you should be sharing your screen.
Okay. I thought maybe the sure.
Madam Clerk, does he have the ability to share?
Yes, he does. All our panelists have that, but I'll cue it up in the background just in case.
I now have it. Let's make sure I get the right screen here. Sorry about that. I should have asked that at the front. Are you seeing the right screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay. So planning for new routes has been the focus of our since our division's inception. In 2009, we performed a demonstration route study. In 2015, we completed the ferry expansion study at Council's direction. In this study, we looked at 35 different route combinations, both on Puget Sound and Lake Washington. In 2020, we completed a provisor report furthering work on 3 of the routes, namely Shill Shoal Marina, Ballard to downtown, and Kirkland and Kenmore to the University of Washington. Our current work, also at the direction of our council, is to further work on 2 of those routes, and that would be the Shill Shoal Marina to downtown route and the Kenmore to the University of Washington route. Also in 2020, the PSRC updated their passenger ferry study. In all of the above work, the Kenmore to UW route was identified as not only feasible, but one of the higher performing routes in regards to ridership, potential, and time competitiveness. The scope of the work that we're undertaking for this report is the same for both routes. We are drafting preliminary shoreside designs at the 3 terminal locations, which include operational elements such as vessel floats, maintenance needs, passenger elements such as parking, ticketing, wayfinding, and mobility needs. We're looking at route planning, which includes service levels, number of vessels, crew schedules, fueling locations, equipment specifications such as size, type, and quantity of vessels needed, whether traditional, hybrid, or electric propulsion is suitable for the route. We're looking at putting together capital and operating budgets for each of the routes and costing all of that, all of the above to determine the one-time investment costs and the annual operation costs in order to determine future funding needs. The proviso is structured, the report, to be in 2 phases. There's a preliminary report, which was transmitted to our council last November, and that's currently under consideration with our council. A link to that report was provided in your meeting packet this evening. And then there's a final report due in June of this year, which are with our ongoing work progressing to meet that timeline. A high-level overview of the Kenmore route. After consultation with city staff, we've been focusing on the Lake Point site as the north terminus for the route. This site would include a passenger ferry float as well as a maintenance and moorage float for vessels. Passenger ferry services could be compatible with any future development at the project site. And at the south end of the route, we're looking at the University Waterfront Activity Center as the proposed landing site. Given the length of this route, operating 2 vessels during the commute hours would offer more sailing frequency, a better customer schedule, and decreased headways. Vessels that are being considered would be as environmentally friendly as technology will allow for. The current thinking is that a hybrid propulsion system that can be upgraded to all electric or hydrogen is what's looking like the technology can support currently. And that's a really high-level overview of what we're looking at for the Lake Point to UW route. And I'm happy to answer any questions, and Chris is available also.
Councilmember Baker. You're muted.
Has any thought been given to Madison Park for the terminus instead of the UW? I'm just looking at the connection with the bus rapid transit that Seattle is implemented in Madison Park versus the long walk from where the ferry terminal would be at UW light rail. I'm just wondering if any thought has been given.
Yeah, I can take that. I actually pulled the statistics from the last report that we did on travel times. Basically, there's 3 docks you could dock at on the Seattle side, or 3 areas. One is the UW Water Activity Center. The second is Madison Park, but you'd have to build a new dock. And then you probably would have to build some kind of facility at Leschi. Even though Madison BRT is being built, it actually does not go to the dock. And it ends about 5-6 blocks short of the dock. Even if it were to be extended, it's still, we show travel times as being about 60 minutes to get to downtown via Kenmore instead of 45 minutes at UW. UW also gives you a lot more transfer abilities. There's buses that go to multiple destinations to the north and to the south, and we probably would envision some kind of a shuttle from the dock. It's about a 5-minute walk to light rail there from where the dock is at UW. So Madison Park is a possibility, but the travel penalty, the time penalty, shows that it would drastically reduce the number of riders.
Thank you, Chris.
Any other questions? Councilmember File.
So it's not necessarily a question. I just want to thank you for all your hard work and time you put in on this. Of course, I'm really eager and excited for a e-ferry for Kenmore, and to help improve ridership and let alone the experience while reducing carbon output. So thank you again for this. I look forward to what happens next, and I look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? All right, I'm not seeing anything. I want to thank you very much for coming and presenting. We're excited at the possibilities.
Thanks for having us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for having us. Have a good
Thank
evening.
you. Have a great night. Next up on the agenda is public comments. We welcome our community members to the council's meeting. In this forum, the council does not engage in dialogue with the public. The primary role of the council is to listen. Please use the raise hand feature now if you wish to speak. Guests must address comments to the mayor and city council. The clerk will acknowledge your request and call your name when it is your turn. Your time will start when we confirm that we can hear you. Please state your name and city of residence for the record and keep your comments to the allotted time. We will not split your time with others or reset your time except by express approval of the presiding officer. Screen sharing is not allowed. You can submit materials to the council or clerk in advance. Please do not comment on about pending development projects on which the council will make future decisions, as those are quasi judicial matters and council members must limit their communications about such matters. This meeting is being recorded. Thank you for taking the time to express your comments. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor Herbig. At this point, we'd like to hear from the following guests, and thank you in advance for your patience this evening. Patrick O'Brien, followed by Gordy Spencer, Michael, and David Morton. Mr. O'Brien? You're muted, but let me go ahead and share my screen while we wait.
There we go. Thank you.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, council members, people. I have a couple observations. One is this presentation that just happened about the e-boat. I would say to you that I went up and looked at the brand new hydrogen ferry in Bellingham they're making for San Francisco. And while it's in port, I would take, if I were you, I'd take a tour of that if you want to be up on the latest hydrogen technology. It came up on a barge. It's going to go back on a barge. They're really just cutting their teeth on that technology. So I would, if you have anything to say about the selection of the vessel, I would go with natural gas, electric. But I also have questions on parking and a lot of other things that whole issue brings up. What I really want to talk about tonight is, of course, the asphalt plant, which we've had a reprieve from, and I thank goodness that we've had a reprieve this winter from that. But there's also going to be a tent city down the street from me, and the Episcopal Church, the Church of the Redeemer, has sought application for Camp Unity to be there, and they were told that they need to have 1,000 feet notification of the neighborhood. And in talking to the neighbors, I see that none of the neighbors that I've talked to were notified of this going on. There was also no billboard or any kind of notification to the ferry, to the people in the neighborhood that this was going on. And so the question is, we've got Mary's Place, Hope Link, and Camp Unity all on 181st Street. That seems to be a lot of the burden of homeless shelters and dwellings all on one street. The 1,000-foot notification was not met. Public notice was not met, so that permit is null and void. They lied about the notification to the residents. The head of the departments, fire, police, Northshore, and the planning commission and zoning signed off on this without checking to see if any of the neighborhood people were notified. No permit fee, no posting of a sign. Who signed this approval? Who checked? So those are some of the problems that the people in the neighborhood have. We're all, we want to see this done right. And it seems like that somebody at City Hall granted this permit, and they'll say, oh, I don't know why I did it, but I did it without going through the proper channels. The city has not been doing their oversight on this site, and it is a burden to the neighbors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Gordy Spencer. Gordy Spencer, can you hear us? Mr. Spencer, are you with us? Okay, we're going to move on for now. We might come back. Michael? Just Michael, you had your hand raised. Michael, can you hear us?
They appear to still be over in the attendees side.
Yes, I'm giving them permission to
Oh.
speak.
Sorry.
Gordy or Michael? Okay, let's go with Mr. Morton, David Morton.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Good evening, council members. I'm David Morton. I live near Redmond. Asphalt plants face difficulties with nearby residents due to odor emissions. Puget Sound Clean Air Agency, PSCAA, is supposed to regulate odors from industrial plants in its 4-county jurisdiction of King, Snohomish, Pierce, and Kitsap counties. But with the technologies available today, little is known about the chemical emissions that asphalt plants put into the air. For 30 years or more, PSCAA has been simply applying AP42 emission factors to predict the annual air emissions from industrial facilities, including plants that make asphalt paving mixes called hot mix asphalt, or HMA. Although PSCAA keeps track of mechanical equipment, its operation and maintenance, PSCAA makes no effort to ensure that such facilities use the proper raw material input. Only 2 ingredients go into making hot mix asphalt: aggregate, which is sand and gravel, and asphalt binder. Asphalt binder is the black, thick glue that binds the aggregate together and waterproofs the pavement. In 1992, hot mix asphalt plants were listed by the EPA as major sources of air pollution. It was thought that petroleum solvents in the asphalt binder contributed to the air pollution. So oil refineries developed methods to thoroughly remove all the solvents from asphalt binders. As part of this SuperPave research effort, new tests and specifications were developed for asphalt binders used in HMA pavements. In the late 1990s, the EPA monitored the air pollutants from 11 hot mix asphalt plants that used solvent-free asphalt binder called performance-graded asphalt cement. In 2002, EPA decided to remove hot mix asphalt plants from the list of major sources of air pollution on the condition that hot mix asphalt plants must use solvent-free binders. Clean air agencies like PSCAA should ensure that hot mix asphalt plants use solvent-free asphalt binders. If an asphalt plant uses asphalt binder dissolved in petroleum solvents like kerosene, the AP42 emission factors don't apply to that plant. Asphalt binder dissolved in petroleum solvents is called cutback asphalt. Asphalt plant using cutback asphalt to make HMA releases air emissions of toxic and carcinogenic organic chemicals at levels hundreds or thousands of times higher than a plant using solvent-free binder. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morton. Michael? Mr. Spencer, Gordy Spencer? Okay, we'll move on to Stacy V. Stacy, are you with us?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. We have seen the costs go up drastically on everything needed daily to live comfortably. Food, gas, garbage, cable, electricity doubled this winter, and now another huge increase in property taxes. Residents have seen rent raises on those already struggling. During COVID, the accumulation balance of those increases to thousands. Management posting that late notices and evictions will soon follow. We've heard of tenants living with mold and despair, speaking out as rents are already too high. We have also seen tenants deciding to live in their cars and abandon homes as they are being priced out of them. Yes, without Kenmore adding tenant protections and ARPA help, homelessness and those needing low and very low affordable housing drastically increases. In 2019, 85% of extremely low-income households were cost burdened. As of 2019, there were only 27 units for every 100 extremely low affordable housing units needed. 3 years and a pandemic has only made this worse. 0 added units in Kenmore. Kenmore's first priority was to add affordable housing. Kenmore had extended the 6-month moratorium to not allow any permits on the TOD area after the failure of a developer to include affordable housing. Kenmore currently has the 6-month moratorium on the TOD overlay to encourage affordable housing. The current TOD overlay ordinance for 25% of the units affordable housing at the 50 to 30% AMI or below minimum requirements. I hope the council members watch the Planning Commission developers panel, as most of the developers agreed that requiring 25% or more very low affordable housing is reasonable and the only way to increase the inventory. Kenmore is a more desirable location. Contingencies should be going to the developers who fulfill the needs of Kenmore protections and real affordable housing. Even before climate change, many of the residents brought forward concerns and requests to save the trees, clean MACA sites, contamination of water, and filed order complaints in hope that action would be taken to protect the land, water, and air of Kenmore. We need the city to show action, follow the ordinances, respect the protections to stop encroaching on our wetlands, protect our trees and ecosystems, hold those responsible to clean up the contamination, and deny variances. We also ask and bring forward that the concerns, as it seems the public hearing notices are supposed to be posted a minimum of 10 to 14 days prior to the start of a public hearing date, where the residents can easily view the posting. If the applicant fails to post permit signs within that time, is there a fine? And who in the city is responsible to verify the signs are posted? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Valenzuela. We're going to try one more time with Michael and Mr. Spencer. And in the meantime, I noticed that there are no additional hands raised. Oh, let's go ahead and promote
And-
Ms. Mooney.
Yeah, just quickly for Michael and Mr. Spencer, we have both sent you requests to come up as a panelist. So if you're at your computer, you should see a prompt to join as panelists, and then we can hear your comments.
Michael or Gordy Spencer? Michael Gordy Spencer? Okay, Miss Mooney. Elizabeth Mooney, are you with us?
Hi, Anastasia.
Hello
you.
there. Go ahead.
Good evening. Hi, Council. Elizabeth Mooney, Kenmore. I'm on tonight having heard about the ferry proposal. I know that that's been a hot topic for years. You know, what if Kenmore could have a ferry that would go over to UW? And I heard Council Member David Baker mentioning Madison Park. What I think is great is that we're talking about these things that are at our shoreline that would be fun, educational, promote the environmental health of Lake Washington as Kenmore stewards of our lake and our streams. I think it would raise awareness about how things are progressing on the lake. Not everybody gets to go out on the lake on SUPs or canoes or boats. So from that standpoint, I think it's fantastic. I like hearing about ideas that are environmentally friendly. On the con side, I think I want to support some of what my citizen friends were saying, Patrick O'Brien, Stacey Valenzuela, and David Morton in these varied areas, because there are a lot of complications involved with having boats and wakes on waterfront property. And it can have impacts on the habitat next to that shoreline. And So I think it is something that we're going to need to really think about carefully and weigh the pros and cons before we embark on something that is maybe a little bit bigger than what is right now on our agenda, which is what do we want that area that you're calling Lake Point still, which is also called Kenmore Industrial Park and houses a whole bunch of heavy industry, concrete. It has barges coming in. It has a berthing channel that has not been tested for toxins that could be in there. There are boats that have sunk in there, I believe. I mean, if you look back in the history of that, we've got a lot of concerns before we embark on these wonderful ideas. And I know right now the concrete and the asphalt plant are not functioning thanks to the bravery of the hard workers who deserve to be paid better. But let's get our council, please, talking seriously about health, primarily of our environment, our streams, our salmon restoration, our Lake Point Kenmore industrial site turning into salmon restoration that will promote all the good things that we want someday when we all get to maybe take a healthy ferry down to the Waterfront Activities Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mooney. Back to Michael and Mr. Spencer. We do regret that we didn't get to hear from you, but I encourage you to share your testimony or comments in written form if you're still with us, and we'll make sure that the council does get to see that. Mayor Herbig, I see no additional hands raised.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
And I'll second. Any discussion? All those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? The consent agenda stands approved. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk, am I seeing Michael actually and Gordy Spencer now in the?
It's possible there could be a delay. Michael, are you with us?
Sorry, if we can get them on, I'd like to give them the opportunity to speak.
Okay, we'll
I think
ask
they
them
need
to unmute.
Sorry, I think they just need to hit the unmute button.
Michael, are you with us? I'm asking you to unmute. Gordy, Michael?
Yeah, let's move them back down to attendees. We'll have to move on.
Okay, stand by.
All right. Business agenda. Item A, ordinance number 22-0542, adopting the Kenmore Automated Traffic Photo Enforcement Program, presented by traffic engineer Tobin Bennett Gold. And I see that we've given it a snappy acronym now, Mr. Bennett Gold. CAPE?
Yes, CAPE, Kenmore Automated Photo Enforcement, CAPE, K-A-P-E.
Okay.
Easier to say. I mean, you see there's a lot of words that start to get stuck out in front. Just wanted to get ahead of that. Okay.
All right, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Let me go ahead and share my screen. Okay. Good evening, Council, and a belated Happy Valentine's Day. I'm sorry we weren't able to keep our date for February 14th, but February 28th is better than February 29th. We're requesting tonight that the council adopt ordinance 22-0542 for the implementation of photo enforcement in the city of Kenmore and amending chapter 10 of the municipal code to support this. In recent months, we've discussed a lot of what shape this program might take, but the larger discussion about photo enforcement has taken place over many years and began in 2014 when it was recommended by an ad hoc committee of Kenmore citizens appointed by City Council. The Ad Hoc Committee on Pedestrian and Bicycle Safety was formed in response to a series of severe pedestrian and bicycle crashes in 2013 and 2014, including 3 which resulted in fatal injury. Automated photo enforcement was the committee's #2 priority recommendation, second only to expanding sidewalk infrastructure in the city. The discussion regarding photo enforcement was continued during the conception of the Financial Sustainability Plan. In addition to improving safety for vulnerable road users, the revenue from photo enforcement can provide a sustainable source of funding for the city's investment in our traffic safety and pavement infrastructure. Public outreach during the process of developing the Financial Sustainability Plan indicated that photo enforcement was the single most preferred revenue enhancement by residents who participated in the balanced budget simulator. When the council adopted the Financial Sustainability Plan, it included revenue from photo enforcement beginning in the second half of 2022. Many sites were considered for initial implementation of photo enforcement in Kenmore, and after analysis of pedestrian conflicts, speed data, crash history, as well as feasibility of photo enforcement and expected safety benefit of photo enforcement, 3 sites are being recommended for the initial photo enforcement locations in Kenmore. At 61st Avenue and SR 522, we're recommending automated red light enforcement for eastbound left turns. At this location, we found that during peak volume hours, more than 70% of legal pedestrian crossings on the north leg had to move out of the way before being hit by a vehicle, or to avoid being hit by a vehicle. In partnership with the police, we have found that the conspicuous presence of enforcement is completely effective at preventing these red light violations, and photo enforcement here would allow us to have a permanent, around-the-clock, conspicuous enforcement presence. On 73rd Avenue in the Kenmore Elementary School Zone, our speed studies indicate that in 2019, during active school zone hours, when the speed limit is 20 miles per hour, 87% of the drivers were traveling 30 miles per hour or faster. That is to say, 87% of the drivers were exceeding the school zone speed limit by 10 miles per hour or more. While we do not anticipate that we will be able to eliminate school zone speeding entirely, we estimate that automated speed enforcement here will reduce speeds by about 11%, and during the hours that cameras are active, this speed reduction will reduce the risk of fatal crashes by roughly a third. On Juanita Drive in the Arrowhead Elementary School Zone, our 2019 speed studies indicate that 98% of drivers were exceeding the school zone speed limit by 10 miles per hour or more when the school zone was active. We estimate that automated speed enforcement here will reduce the speeds by about 20%. And during the hours the cameras are active, the speed reduction will reduce the risk of fatal crashes by roughly half. The goals for photo enforcement are to improve safety for our road users and our vulnerable road users in particular, and also to provide funding for traffic safety and pavement management. Additionally, the program we proposed endeavors to meet those goals in a way that is fair, equitable, transparent, and solicits public buy-in. We've gone over a lot of the specifics at previous council meetings and in memorandums and data provided to council. And I don't want to take up too much of your time tonight, so I won't go into great detail about stuff that we've previously covered. What I do feel is important to cover tonight, though, is even at the last minute, there are some corrections, due diligence, and extenuating circumstances that have come up since we last spoke. It's not easy to admit when you are wrong, so I try to get a lot of practice. At the November 8th council meeting, I said that in the cases of non-payment, the outcomes would be based on city policy. Since then, we've been engaged in discussions with King County District Court to lay the groundwork that will help prepare us for working with the courts as part of a photo enforcement program. These discussions have given me a deeper understanding of the specifics of our court relationship. And as part of the contract, we have given them responsibilities for non-payment of fines and cannot be selective about how that responsibility is assigned. What that means is that for all fines payable to the city of Kenmore, which pass through court processes, the court is responsible for non-payment policies and procedures. This is true for fines presently, and it will be true for fines related to photo enforcement in the future. Initially, it was an important point to me that the non-payment be per city of Kenmore policy so that we could ensure that process represents our values of equity and fairness. In my conversations with the courts, however, they've impressed me with their own commitment to equitable outcomes for all court users. In particular, conversations with representatives of the court indicated that nearly all people owing fines who requested reduced payments or payment plans are granted that request, and also that in cases of non-response or non-payment, even to the point where all deadlines are passed and interest has begun to accrue on the fine, or even after the fine has been relegated to collections, people owing fines are still able to make that request for reduced payment or a payment plan. My fear has always been that fines can lead to an inescapable cycle of debt and penalty for folks not able to make payment. But King County District Court appears to not only to be sensitive to this concern, but has culture and practices in place to avoid cascading burden for those who are unable to make payment. I did not want to risk misrepresenting the court processes a second time, and so a summary of this process has been included in a memorandum attached to the agenda bill tonight, and that memorandum was reviewed by the court's presiding judge to make sure it faithfully represents the process and typical outcomes that were described to me. In another case of Tobin was wrong about how other agencies work, in the timeline I previously provided, I showed the timeline as having red light enforcement starting a warning period in April, and issuance of notices of infraction would begin around July. Beginning the warning period for school zone speed enforcement is still possible on this timeline, but because the intersection we have proposed for red light enforcement is on Bothell Way, aka State Route 522, implementing photo enforcement here requires an agreement be set up with WashDOT. In the early stages of planning, this milestone seemed feasible, but staffing challenges and pandemic delays at WashDOT have severely impacted our progress in getting a head start on the permitting and agreement process. And WashDOT estimates that the installation of a red light camera could happen 6 months from now at the soonest, but it's difficult to predict. So although we cannot place a firm timeline on when this camera would be operational, we are still confident that it can be delivered in the not too distant future, and likely before the end of the year. Honestly, if there's going to be a timeline problem, this is the best one to have. Of the revenue we're expecting from the photo enforcement program, very little of it is expected to come from this particular red light camera, so budget impacts due to this delay are not expected. The safety concern identified at 61st Avenue and SR 522 is dependent on congestion, and although we're seeing travel volumes recover from their pandemic lows, we have not yet experienced pre-pandemic levels of congestion at this signal. So even considering a delay, there may still be time to address this issue before we see the same levels of risk again. Fortunately, none of our proposed school zone speed violation enforcement cameras are on state routes. The school zone cameras are, of course, tied to the cycle of the school year, and that makes changing the school zone enforcement timeline, it would be much more impactful and problematic, but we don't have to do that. There was some benefit we were hoping for learning as we go by starting the red light cameras first, because we expected it to be a lower number of violations, and it would let us get familiar with the system before turning it on with the school zone cameras. But it's not a critical benefit, and we can make do with having to be flexible when it comes to partnering with WashDOT on the red light camera implementation schedule. When we do set a date for red light cameras to turn on, there's absolutely no reason this should impact our warning period for this location. We would still send out warnings for at least 2 months as planned before issuing any notices of infraction for red light violations. At the December 6th council meeting, Councilmember Shrevenick asked me what proportion of the crashes used in the crash risk analysis occurred during the school zone active hours. This was after I'd finished presenting, and honestly, I flubbed my off-the-cuff answer and gave an incorrect and incomplete answer instead. If I could go back in time, I have a correct and complete answer prepared now, which hopefully also offers a clearer and more helpful response to Councilmember Shrevenick's question. Spatially, every single crash included in our analysis was physically within the school zone. Only 4 of those crashes, however, happened at times when the school zones were active. At the time when these crashes took place, school zone active hours were 30 minutes before and after school, so a total of 1 hour a day, 180 days per year. Those school zone active hours make up approximately 2% of all the hours in the year, but nonetheless, those 4 crashes accounted for 16%, not 2%, of total crashes which occur within the same physical extents. To be completely forthright, it's not a fair shake to water that number down with all the low volume nighttime hours in a year. But even if you consider only the 14 hours a day that account for 90% of travel volumes, school zone active hours still make up only 3.5% of that time. And the 4 crashes actually account for 21% of the school zone crashes that happened during those 14 travel hours. The crash is captured by the time slice of school zone active hours, and the space slice of school zone extents is an extremely small window in which to observe rare and random events. Expanding the analysis to capture all crashes happening in the same physical space is the only way to have sufficient information to estimate how these areas differ from each other in crash risk. Comparing the rates of crashes that did happen in school zones during school zone hours, however, did show that observed crashes, although rare, have occurred at a frequency substantially higher than the baseline rate of crash occurrence in these areas. This suggests that it is likely that our estimation of crash risk is conservative and that the school zone hours crash rate is the same or higher than the baseline crash rate. Crashes are rare and random events. This is a location on SR 522 which had a fatal crash. That crash is marked by a black dot with an H, denoting that the crash victim died at the hospital, not on site. I'm not here to discuss the specifics of this crash or how to address it, but it can serve as an example for one way to look at crash risk. Some fatal crashes are precipitated by an extensive history of non-fatal crashes that vary in severity. If a location generates a great many crashes, each of those crashes has a chance to cause injury, and those injuries have a chance to be fatal injuries. And eventually the dice will roll the worst way if you roll the dice often enough. This is a location that has a high frequency of crashes, and these are the crashes of all types at all hours during a 5-year period before this fatal crash occurred. Looking at crash history as a proxy for risk is an effective tool for being reactive to areas which already have an extensive crash history, but this method is really the most useful when you have large travel volumes exposing the underlying crash risk. And even then, it's best suited for assessing the underlying risk to the predominant mode of travel. For some types of crashes, however, we don't have the benefit of a large pool of lower severity crashes to help point to where the next fatal crash is likely to occur. Cars have fender benders, but unprotected bodies have femur benders. Because crashes for pedestrians and cyclists are so much more severe, it's often the first crash that is the severe or fatal crash, and you cannot wait around for crashes to pile up before you start trying to prevent them. If we were asked to look for bicycle and pedestrian crashes in order to prevent future bicycle and pedestrian crashes, would that be effective? These are the locations of the 3 fatal crashes that occurred in 2013 and 2014. The crashes that mobilized the Kenmore community to improve safety for vulnerable road users, and ultimately to the recommendations by the Ad-Hoc committee, including the recommendation for photo enforcement. I filtered the data to only show crashes which involved bicycles and pedestrians. What is immediately apparent is that these crashes were not precipitated by a large number of bicycle and pedestrian crashes of varying severity. In each case, no bicycle or pedestrian crashes had happened in the nearby vicinity at all in the past 5 years of crash data. The crashes occurring in school zones during school hours are a very small share of the crashes that occur citywide, but we recognize the need to be proactive about not letting that first fatal school zone crash ever occur. That's what our Target Zero goal means to me. 0 is the number of crashes we need to wait for before acting to reduce risk when we know the risk is there. When we want to be proactive about reducing the risk of tragic injury or death, and when the events we're acting to prevent are high severity and low frequency, we have to look beyond the crash history to assess risk and look also at the risk factors that have been shown to precipitate these sorts of events. Factors such as high travel speeds or frequent pedestrian conflicts. Implementing photo enforcement in Kenmore is a critical tool for addressing these risk factors, especially in areas where we have very few other tools available to us. Implementing photo enforcement in Kenmore is a proactive measure to reduce the risk of these high severity crashes for vulnerable road users and prevent them from occurring in the first place. This is not a measure we want to take only after we have accumulated a large body of crash data to respond to. The speed data is clear. Almost no one is driving 20 miles per hour in school zones. The pedestrian crossing conflicts are clear. Under congested conditions, drivers are running the red light with no regard to crossing pedestrians. We are aware of the risk, and without photo enforcement, the tools available to us are insufficient to address these issues. I recommend that Council approve the ordinance for implementing photo enforcement in the City of Kenmore. And if there are any additional questions, I would be happy to answer them. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker. You're muted.
Just a question on those unfortunate deaths we've had. How many would be prevented by traffic cameras? Or would have been prevented by traffic cameras?
Traffic cameras are not permitted to be used in the locations where those deaths occurred. If traffic cameras were permitted to be used in general use around Kenmore, then we would see similar risk reduction from them, 10 to 20 to 50% reduction in fatal risk.
Right, I'm just referring to the ones that you've talked about in your presentation, those unfortunate deaths. Even if we could use cameras anywhere, how many of those deaths would have been prevented by cameras?
All you can do is reduce the likelihood that a fatal crash will occur. And when we know the risk is there and we can reduce that risk, then we'll reduce future fatal crashes proportionally.
Councilmember Marshall, then Councilmember File.
Thank you for the presentation. Do you have any information or thoughts on a device that I think is used on Bothell Way at Ballinger? I believe that's where it is. There's a timer that you can see going up to the light, and it gives you the amount of time left before the light's going to turn yellow to red or thereabouts. And, you know, I've been caught by it, I'm sure. I've been caught by these before in red light, and I should have slowed down earlier. But the timers give you a better sense maybe of how to judge that after a while. Can we implement anything like that?
Well, on SR 522, that would be something we'd have to look into in partnership with WashDOT.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. And I want to thank you for this lengthy presentation, but very thorough presentation. So looking at the number of speeding incidents near schools, is pretty clear that having signage alone isn't resolving a traffic calming and during school hours. I have to consider that for some of the population that's just using our roads as a thoroughfare, as these are, you know, main arterials, that an awareness of the school that resides nearby is not, you know, visually very evident. And I almost would like to see, I'm not going to say almost, I would really like to see a school zone street stamp in these locations near the schools, in addition to the traffic cameras. On 522, when we're looking at the needs of our pedestrians, what I see works really well elsewhere in Bothell or Kirkland, for example, on those wider pathways like 522, is having a mid pedestrian stop point, crossing stop point, and an additional opportunity to then push that mid button to cross. I would really like to see that as a potential opportunity for Kenmore. I think that would help give and provide improved pedestrian safety through the walkways and increased time to pass safely without having to play Roadrunner per se. So thank you very much. I really appreciate all your hard work and dedication to this research and everything you brought before us today.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
I just want to thank you for coming back with your detailed responses to your previous presentation, or the corrections that you made. That shows a lot of integrity, and I want to commend you for your work. This is not an easy thing to, how do I say this? No one particularly likes these cameras. I'm just going to be straight about it. I've been debating where I stand on this the entire time we've been talking about this. And I just want to say I appreciate the Financial Sustainability Committee's proposal. I also appreciate the community. I really appreciate that you reminded us of the community involvement that there was with the survey that took place, support for this. So, because we've also had a lot of comment on the other side. I don't mean to take too long here, but I'm just going to say you have done an outstanding job in presenting the case for cameras. No matter where we go with this, I just want to say I commend you for your work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Anyone else? Because I have a few questions I'd like to go through. Okay, I'm not seeing any. So yeah, I have a couple clarifying questions. So the funds that the revenues from these cameras would be dedicated towards transportation investments. Is that correct?
Yes, specifically pavement management and traffic safety.
Okay. And there's been but there's been some misinformation kind of floating around. It would be against the law for us to shorten any yellow lights at these intersections. Is that also correct?
At the intersections with red light enforcement, we cannot shorten the yellow lights after the cameras go in. That is correct. Our yellow lights right now are consistent with national standards, and they would remain that way afterwards too. There's no reason for us to look for shorter yellow lights under current conditions or conditions with traffic safety cameras in place.
Of course.
But also, you're correct, it would be illegal, yes.
And at your last presentation, you said something that I just wanted to bring up again. You mentioned, and I don't remember if you named the city or not, but you mentioned that at a city that also was using automated traffic cameras, that some fairly sizable percentage of their of the revenues were coming from folks who lived outside of that city. Can you remind me what that percentage was again?
Right, yes, so that was from Lake Forest Park data, and they had, depending on the year you look at, all of the years varied, but it was 7 to 10% of recipients of those tickets were from Lake Forest Park residents.
So you're saying 90%?
90+% was from outside of the city traffic.
Okay. And sorry, I didn't flag this question for you earlier, and if you can't answer, that's fine. But do you have any idea of how else non-Kenmore residents currently contribute towards our road upkeep currently?
I could only speculate. I don't think there would be direct contribution. I believe we receive a share of some state revenue sources, gas tax sort of things.
Yeah, but that's based on a per capita basis. That's not based on sales in Kenmore. And we also have the TBD, which is paid by Kenmore residents, largely for pavement preservation. But I think that there was a good point made while we were doing the financial sustainability task force, in that right now, non-Kenmore residents who are driving through the city, and we know there are lots of folks who are driving through from Bothell or wherever, are adding significant wear and tear to our roads and aren't helping us at all with that. We know, especially with folks, since the tolls went up on 520, we've seen much increased traffic coming around the lake through Kenmore. That's leading us to have to invest more in this work. So I think on some level, it might just be fair. It may not be the most perfect way to go about this, but it is a way to secure some revenue from non-Kenmore residents that are costing us money. So do we have any other questions or comments for Mr. Bennett Gold? I am not seeing any. With that, Councilmember File?
No.
Oh, okay, sorry.
I would be motion to move to adopt the ordinance recommended.
Okay, so the motion then is to adopt ordinance 22-0542 for implementation of the automated photo enforcement program and amendment to chapter 10 of the Kenmore Municipal Code. Is that correct? Okay.
Correct.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any further discussion? Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, I want to thank the public for everybody who's weighed in on both sides of the issue. I've read the emails on both sides. I have talked to people as well. I feel that this is a reasonable and necessary measure that we can take to protect our kids. I grew up in Arrowhead where the traffic, the speed light is going to be, or the device is going to be placed. It's only grown exponentially in population. We're going to have more traffic, heavier traffic, and I think more incidents. So I think it's a good thing to try and prevent them. I've also noticed during COVID, and this is, I know it's verifiable beyond my personal observation, but people have started driving a lot more recklessly on our freeways and also locally. I don't know what the phenomenon is, but I have seen it. I'm sure it's the case. So I think we can step up to try and prevent that and have safe school zones and have a safer light for pedestrians at 61st. I'm going to bear some of that brunt too, because I use that light all the time to try up 61st up to my street. And I'm, going to seek to do the best that I can. I've been caught before. I've violated those before. I shouldn't. I should do better. Like everybody else should try and adhere to traffic laws.
Any further discussion? Will the clerk please take the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. On the motion to adopt ordinance 22-0542 for implementation for the automated photo enforcement program and amendment to Chapter 10 of the Kenmore Municipal Code, Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Baker.
No.
The motion passes.
Okay. Next on the agenda, threshold determination for Main Street Property Group's development agreement presented by Development Services Director Brian Hampson.
Hello, Council, Mayor and Council. How you doing? I think I got all my cameras adjusted and figured out. Thank you for this opportunity tonight. With me, you see we have Kim Faust and Kevin Merriman from Main Street Property Group, and I'm going to turn a little bit of time over to them in a little bit to explain what their project is. But I want to first talk to you about the reason that we're here discussing this topic with you. It's because of a regulation that we have in place. It's called a development agreement. And a development agreement will allow people to deviate from specific zoning requirements in our code with council approval, provided there's public benefit that's provided by the proponent or the developer. And so what we have seen, we actually have done a couple of development agreements in the city, and it was with Main Street Property Group for the Kenmore Village property across the street from City Hall. But now Main Street is looking at another piece of property in Kenmore. It's actually located in our TOD. It was previously planned for townhome development until the council put the moratorium on the townhome development. Since then, Main Street has came back around to look at this property again. And I'm going to let them also explain the history that they've had specifically with this property and the reason that they need these code deviations. But as you also are aware, the planning commissioners are looking at the TOD regulations. And you also know that the commissioners held a developer forum a couple of weeks ago, and Main Street, specifically Kevin, was involved and assisted in helping out with some of those ideas that could be some barriers in our TOD. But the plan with this development agreement is to align the project itself and the TOD regulations in the end. And so while we were doing these two simultaneously with the planning commissioners and with through the development agreement, in the end, hopefully the code that gets put in place will be beneficial, so we won't have to do development agreements like this in the future for projects that we want. You know, we want the TOD, we want the affordable housing and such. And so with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to Main Street. I'll let Kim and Kevin decide on who wants to start explaining the process, and then I'll talk a little bit more about the threshold determination at the end.
Thanks, Brian. And I'm happy. I did a quick, or Kevin did a quick PowerPoint, just kind of showing you a few things. Is that okay to share, or do you want me to just talk?
No, that's okay to share.
Okay.
But we have to give you permission to share. I'm not sure.
I think I can.
You can, go ahead.
Okay, thanks. Okay, so thanks. As Brian mentioned, you know, we are the contract buyer on a property within the TOD, and we were under contract on that same parcel 2 years ago. So right, you know, in the middle of COVID, we actually dropped the property for a number of reasons, and now we've re-engaged with the kind of knowing where the city is on wanting to make this TOD property go forward. And so just a little bit of, sorry. So what we are proposing, and I don't know if you guys know exactly where this is, but it's the Jay's Cafe site for context. We're proposing a multifamily residential building. It will have commercial on the ground floor. The current zoning is UC East and R24 with the TOD overlay. We're kind of proposing this as a catalyst project for the TOD. We're looking at 150 to 160 units, and it will have an affordability component, probably above what is currently required within the code. This just gives you a little bit of an idea of the site plan. So obviously 522 right here, a kind of a U-shaped building with some trees being preserved over here. There are some significant trees here, a courtyard. And just to give you a little bit of a section, you know, we're looking at 70 to 75 foot height. So just to get to a project that's viable, and these are some of the things that we ran up against last time, these are a few of the things that we're asking for that would make this project go forward, and not just our project, but other projects within the TOD. So a reduction in parking requirements. You know, the reason we have these TODs is so that people take transit. And so we're asking for, you know, 0.75 parking spaces for market, 0.6 for affordable. Height increase to 75 feet. Now it's currently at 65. The reason for that is there's a low or a high water table. So we're trying to avoid going down into the water table. We want to pull the building up out of the water table. So the effective number of stories will be the same. It's just out of the ground more. We'd still go like 5 feet below grade, but we're trying to stay completely out of the water table. There's some specific zoning boundaries where we're within a split zone. And so we're trying to eliminate some of the differences between those zones. So trying to make sure it's a single zone. And then, you know, flexibility to lower the minimum tree requirement or replacement trees. We do want to keep that grove of trees, and we'll do the best way that we can. As I mentioned, there's some setbacks within one of the zones that would require 20-foot setback. We're asking that even though we're adjacent to a residential zone, that it's reduced to 10 feet. And then some flexibility on upper level setbacks. You know, we like building modulation, but we feel like when it's super prescribed, you end up with like some of these wedding cake looking buildings, and we'd rather have more flexibility on modulation. And then common area, recreation, open space, just some flexibility on that also, given all of the amenities currently within Kenmore. And, you know, one of the things we're doing is providing a higher level of affordability or potentially, you know, more affordable units in exchange for some of these code deviations. And then we're also asking for expedited permits as part of this proposal. So again, you know, some of these things are kind of critical to make this project go forward. And I think most projects within the TOD. And I think the city has a lot to gain from getting, you know, more density, which allows more affordability near these transit centers. And so that's kind of the breakdown of the proposal. Brian, I don't know if there's anything else that you wanted me to cover specifically.
No, that's pretty much the proposal. And so the reason that we're here tonight is because anytime there's deviations like this from the code, we need to do a development agreement. And with the development agreement, we required to get a threshold determination from the city council. And so that's really a no or no go, thumbs up, thumbs down, pursue the development agreement with the developer. This, in these examples that we were shown tonight, they may be different from the end. This is just a very early level discussion of what potential code deviations may be needed. There may be additional ones as we get into this that are needed. There may be less that are needed, but that all gets worked out through the negotiations of the development agreement. And you as council will have the ultimate authority to make the decision on the development agreement. And the development agreement does require 2 public hearings. And so there will be plenty of time for the public to participate. But just as a reminder, this tonight is just a threshold determination, just to give a thumbs up or thumbs down if the city staff can start to consider negotiations with the Main Street Property Group on this particular project.
Do we have any questions or comments? Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yeah, I'm excited about this, to have an actual TOD-like development in our TOZ zone, which we have not been yet successful in doing. So this is fantastic. I do have 4 areas that I'm hoping staff will take some serious look at. And I think, and it's largely based on the developer panel. And I think Kevin, I think you were on that, if I'm remembering correctly. So these should be familiar because they came from that. So one was the affordability. I think that is a passion of our council. I think it's pretty easy to speak for everybody on that. So we are certainly excited to hear about how we can get past the minimums, and particularly how we can get into the 50 and potentially even 30% AMI level, what it would take to do that. Certainly below 80% AMI. So we're 60, 50, and 30 ideally. So that's the number one. Number 2, in my book is parking. And what I heard in the developer panel, I actually really liked. And this proposal, this threshold proposal doesn't represent what I heard. And what I heard was about doing a parking demand study. And I think that would be a preferred approach, at least to me, to find out what is really needed there. I have fairly significant concerns about the level that's proposed in this threshold proposal. It doesn't mesh with what I've seen, and nor does it mesh with the right size calculator that is available on King County's website. So I would hope maybe we could look at a demand study there. Trees, I appreciate your willingness to preserve as much as possible. And, if we can't meet the existing requirements, maybe there's a way to contribute. And again, this came from the developer panel, contribute to offsets elsewhere, environmental protection elsewhere offsite. So that would be an idea, or a fund. So something like that. And then the last, it was a small point, but I think it's actually fairly important. There was a mention of activation at the ground level if market conditions are favorable. And I do have a little bit of a concern about that. I'm guessing they might not be. So I guess I would wonder what the alternatives would be there if market conditions aren't favorable to actual commercial retail. Again, in the developer panel, they talked about things like, daycares or, community centers or things that activated the space but were commercial. So I personally would be very interested in that. I'm assuming if it's not activated, we're talking about looking at parking. I don't know what the alternative to that would be. So so those are my 4 topics. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate the presentation that was done today, and I'd hope that would be made available for our community to be able to reference, and our fellow council members, following this meeting, because it's not on the agenda. When looking at the code deviations, they have requested, I'm going to point these prompters to the city staff. I'm a bit concerned about the parking reduction requirement request. I also agree with fellow council member Shrevenick on that issue, and I'm going to just echo that. So I do want to be mindful of it. Zoning standards in accordance to height, I would rather us consider if we need to make some sort of deviations or accommodations, that we go for upward mobility versus, encroachment or a setback, a reduction. I would rather see upward mobility and affordability. And when we are looking at flexibility on minimum trees, I hear that. Again, I think that we're talking a little bit about that encroachment issue. I would lean into first upward mobility with affordability over encroachment, and if we have to, well, mitigating trees, as few, hopefully, as we could, without having to reduce what are significant trees in the area. Looking at that, the upper level setback for mass and bulk, I understand why they would want this. And again, I'm going to keep saying upward mobility or affordability. I don't think that's such a losing point. I think it's a win-win. And I think that we can get to this point together. And when it comes to affordability can mean all kinds of things, right? I would hate to see affordability at 80% or 75%, 70%. That's market rate housing. And given that this is in the TOD, I think that the opportunity to reach out for some of those TOD grants for developers, we could probably get there together. I would like to see that affordability, hit between that 40 to 60%, and to ensure that we're getting very, low and very low affordable housing opportunity for Kenmore for our community and our future growth. That being said, I really appreciate your time and your efforts today. And I do again want to see that PowerPoint presentation added to our agenda for being able to follow up on. Thank you.
Councilmember Marshall.
If either staff or the developer could state real briefly, how does the tree requirement factor into your analysis just generally? And then what is the depth of the water table, and what's the importance of that? Thank you.
I can take water table if you take trees, Brian.
I'll try.
Okay, I know only enough to be dangerous. On the water table, we've done some pretty good wells, just testing the water level. It looks to us like it's between 7 and 9 feet below grade. So we want to stay, out of that. We would still like to go about 5 feet below, just to get some of the parking below grade. We'll continue to monitor the wells and make sure that, what we've been basing everything on is correct. Obviously, like elevator pits, footing, some of that will be into the water table, but keeping the overall garage out is kind of what we aim to do.
And Councilmember Marshall, I hate to say it, but I don't know the tree retention requirements off the top of my head.
I can do a little bit. Yeah. So there's the minimum requirement, and it's I won't get into the real specifics, but it's 30 tree credit units. And that's done by measurements of the size of the trees and taking into account groves. And that 30 tree unit number on a site kind of this size and the amount of density that we're trying to get, there's a chance that that's going to be tough to hit, to be able to fit a building on there and retain that many trees, just because of the random assortment of trees on a site. Each site is going to be different. So that 30 minimum units, maybe on a certain site works, and on another site, it might not be as easy to get there and get the density that we're looking for in this TOD overlay zone. So I think that's what we're looking for, is that flexibility based on just the natural occurrence of trees on this site.
Anyone else? Councilmember Kugler.
I don't have any questions. I just want to say that I'm really excited about this as a catalyst project. I did have a chance to listen to the Planning Commission meeting from the other week. I thought that was really helpful to hear from different developers and architects and on what some of the impacts are and considerations for making a project work in this area. Thank you for, I feel like you took into consideration what our community wants also, which is the affordable housing, environmentally conscious design. I think that as a first step to, I'm in favor of supporting this as a first step to move forward and see what the plan looks like. I also like the idea of that first floor being commercial, to activate that first floor and have things that people can walk to in that area. So if we can make that work and there are potential, leasers for that space, that would be great. But I understand, that that might have to change as the design goes forward. Thank you.
I would also point out there's been a fairly successful restaurant there for a while, so just tossing that out there as an idea. Any other questions, comments? Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve further review of the Main Street Property Group Development Agreement for the project located at 7520 Northeast Bothell Way.
So moved, Councilmember File.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, will the clerk please take the roll?
Certainly. On the motion to approve for the review of the Main Street Property Group Development Agreement for the project located at 7520 Northeast Bothell Way, Councilmember Baker.
Yes.
Mayor Herbig.
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Yes.
Councilmember File.
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next item on our agenda is the Kenmore Cares update with Assistant City Manager, ARP Administrator Stephanie Lukash, and our partners from the Northshore Schools Foundation.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, members of the council. I'm happy to be here, and we are giving you an update tonight on the Kenmore Cares program, and happy to turn it over to our Kenmore Cares team. We'll share with you the numbers of served and how many dollars we've given away so far, which I think you'll be impressed, and then talk a little bit more about what we expect to happen by the end of the program at the end of the month. So with that, I'll turn it over to Carmen.
Hello, Kenmore City Council members. Thank you so much for your service. Oh goodness, you are smart and brilliant and amazing and have more energy, and may you keep having it. I appreciate it. We appreciated meeting with you last month and the guidance that we had from your group, and that has been very, 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 very successful. And also with the kind of encouragement of last chance, getting people to pay attention, we've seen a huge uptick in requests. So to date, and this will update, tomorrow. To date, we have served, oh gosh, of course, I've just like lost the number right there. We have served 296 families. That's a total of 585 Kenmore residents, which is fabulous. We've distributed $664,000. And so what it looks like is that we have about $205,000 remaining. However, the thing that is hard to track is that we actually have $95,000 of that is in follow-up, meaning people who've applied that we think are eligible, but we don't have the paperwork required to meet the audit requirements and just to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So what it means is we have about $111,000 left to give out, and we anticipate that we will be easily doing that by the end of next month. So we are thrilled for the success. I also want to just take a minute and say thank you to the Northshore Utilities District. Their partnership has been really phenomenal and above and beyond what they've done for Kenmore residents, and just partnering with us it's amazing to just be able to reach people like that. So that's a partnership that's gone above and beyond. We're grateful. I mean, Stephanie and Nancy and Janice have been fabulous. So we love the partnership and we're really grateful. That's my report. Any questions? Oh, I guess I did. Should I share my screen, Stephanie? Is that what you think I should do for the Mary's Place numbers?
I think that'd be great, or you can just share them out loud. I think we had a request from a council member to know a little bit more about the Mary's Place population served.
So lots of stats because my people are crazy, but this is the report I was just reading to you from. So you can see, am I sharing? I think I am, yeah. Oh, we had some requests to see how many Mary's Place applicants we have served. So we have had 15 total applicants from Mary's Place. 13 of them were filled, and 2 of them we lost to follow up. So we've served a total of 45 Mary's Place household members. And then here's a bunch of other stats for those of you who really are thinking, I'd like to know more details about this. Is there any questions I can answer?
I'm not seeing any questions. Any questions?
These are the numbers. I think the things that we're finding interesting, I mean, we're working on kind of our ends, but as we moved it to that 50% AMI, if you kind of look in this second section of numbers, you can see that we currently still have 34 applicants that are even above that application level. 10 or 19 of them are less than $10,000 over that level, and 16 are over 10,000. So we're grateful though, because I know the word's out there and we want people to be asking.
What is 50% AMI in King County? Do you happen to know that?
I will if Heather looks it up and shares it with you in 1 second.
Sorry.
No, it's I think it's around 40,000, but Heather, can you help me with that? She's getting it right now.
While we're waiting for her, I just want to say what a terrific partner the Northshore Schools Foundation has been, and just above and beyond also in all this work. I'm just really impressed with the quality of their work and their outreach, that they've just really gone above and beyond. So thank you to them for all their work.
So to answer your question, Councilmember, for a family size of 1, it's 40,000. Up to a family size of 8, that is 76,400.
Okay, thank you very much. Council member File.
Thank you. So I really appreciate all your work and distributing these funds and getting it connected to our communities who had a significant need. The last meeting I had made a motion and the motion was approved by our council to more of a second swing, second opportunity. And we increased the allocation to 2,000 per family, and along with the additional family member number. What I realized that happened, and I think it was an unfortunate impact of communication. I had when I made that motion, I was expecting that there would be a full 2K allocated to anybody who applied or reapplied. However, I understand there was an interpretation of how to apply the motion that we passed that night. And that came out to have some people who had first received and first applied during the 30% allocation, the very people in our community who didn't much meet many of the opportunity and CARES support, like much of our other community members who received support due to loss of job or family needs and whatnot. But that being said, on the second swing, I had hoped for a full 2K to be allocated and distributed per applicant. And I'd like to clarify my motion in the motion that we made, and have that be that it is a full 2,000 versus a 2,000 minus $500 for people who had first applied. That being said, I think that it's such a small amount, it'll make a small dent, and we probably get close to our endpoint if we do this. I would hope for some support from my fellow colleagues, because I think our intent was to have a fuller second pass.
Ms. Lukash?
So I just want to clarify. Thank you so much, Councilmember File. I really appreciate the question. Every primary applicant received $2,000. So that was my understanding. I think that was the program's understanding on December 13th when we had this conversation. So if someone had applied earlier and received $500, they automatically received a second check for $1,500. And so the total would be $2,000 that they received, just like anyone who applied after December 13th received $2,000 total, because that was the new allocation amount. So I just want to make sure we're all saying the same thing, because everyone got the same thing. Every primary applicant got $2,000, whether you got it in one check or two, it was still the same total amount. So just make sure we're all clear on that.
And thank you, Ms. Lukash. I really appreciate that. So I don't think there's a misunderstanding in, the total amount. What was interesting is what can often happen in communication and interpretation. And sure, we can say, that an amount will total 2,000, but I don't think that was the intent of the motion that was made that night, or at least it was not my intent, and why I asked a clarifying question. And I don't think there's any wrong here. This just comes down to what happens sometimes with interpretation of motions and communication. And so this is what I'm trying to do here tonight, is to clarify that prior motion, that I was not intending for a deduction of prior residents served against the new $2,000 of allocation. So my intent was, this is a new opportunity. This is the second pass. We're also picking up new people, but trying to create additional support and opportunity, that being that we would allocate $2,000 and distribute $2,000 to those families who applied and reapplied or are also qualified for that second pass without any sort of a deduction. And I think it's fair to make this clarification. And I think it doesn't hurt to support fulfilling this clarified request. But I realize I will have to have support of my fellow colleagues for this to be so. But I thank you for your comment and your input. And Mr. Mayor, do I need to make a full motion here for that? Or is it clarifying discussion and a consensus of a council enough?
I believe you would need to make a motion because I honestly don't think that council agrees with your interpretation of the motion that was made.
Okay. Well, that's your perception. Thank you. Well, I would like to move that we, let me think about this. I move that we award a $500 disbursement to the families that received a secondary disbursement minus the $500 that had occurred in the $2,000 full allocation for the fuller allocation of $2,000 as I intended with a prior meeting motion. It's a terrible motion I've made, but I'm trying to make sure my intent is not lost this time.
Councilmember File, would you mind repeating the motion for me?
How about I just retry? I moved to request an allocation of $500 be awarded to families who applied for a second time to Kenmore Cares or qualified for a second award through the Kenmore's Care program and may have received $1,500 stipend instead of the $500 stipend, instead of the $2,000 stipend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a second? For lack of a second, the motion dies. Are there any other questions or comments? I am not seeing any more, but I really do want to thank Northshore Schools Foundation for all of their hard work on this, and Ms. Lukash for your hard work on this. We really appreciate it. I know this was kind of an out-of-the-box thing that got thrown your way, so thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will be back in April with the final program announcements or update and closure of the program.
It's been a privilege. We're really grateful for the opportunity to work with you. So we've learned a lot, and I know you have too. So it's fun to have partners. Thank you. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Next item, Personal Policy Wellness Program Amendment, Resolution 22-379, presented by Human Resource Manager Leonora Polania and Wellness Committee Representative Tila Gardner.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and City Council. In November 2010 and June 2003, the Kenmore City Council passed resolutions number 10-184 and 3-78, respectively, establishing and supporting a wellness program per Association of Washington Cities, AWC requirements. The City of Kenmore would like to update the personnel policy to restructure the accrual of the Wellness Day floating holiday to promote a healthy work environment through the incentive of awarding a wellness day off to eligible full-time employees who participate in the annual wellness program during a calendar year. And if all eligibility and participation requirements are met by December 31st of a calendar year, 8 hours will be added to the full-time participating employees' holiday leave balance for the following calendar year. And to give you a brief overview of the requirements, I would like to introduce you to our team member, Tila Gardner. She not only works in development services, she is also our chair emeritus, who with our current chair, Tobin Bennett Gold, and the entire wellness committee began shaping the wellness day off policy process prior to my arrival at the city of Kenmore. And Tila will be giving you a general overview of the process and requirements. Tila.
Hi, thank you, Leonora. Hello, council members. So just looking at either the agenda bill or the resolution, you can see that the eligibility requirements are outlined in the wellness day off checklist. There's an example form included in the agenda packet, but those are not all real wellness events that we've done. So there's sort of two categories. The first is that an eligible employee would earn and redeem their AWC, Association of Washington Cities Wellness Reward points via the Castlight or Health Central app/website. For full-time employees who are not covered under AWC Trust medical insurance, they could substitute an alternative as approved by HR. And then there would be participation in 4 wellness-sponsored activities, so 2 in 2 different categories. One are the healthy habits, which are designed to take place over multiple days or weeks. AWC outlines these types of activities as an opportunity to practice new behaviors, track progress, make progress toward personal goals, and create new habits. So some examples of these are the fall and spring steps challenges that we offer. In the past, we've also done like month-long drinking water challenges or eating a rainbow of fruits and vegetables. The other category that we have are called just wellness events. They're just designed to be completed in one day or one activity. It's a chance for the wellness program to provide education, opportunity for employees to learn a new skill or try something new. So what we've done for those before has been some examples. We've had best year students teach some nutrition talks, blood pressure checks, local physical therapist taught an ergonomics at home class, and we've offered flu shots typically in the fall every year. So the employee fills out the form. They're in charge of keeping track of their activities throughout the year. They attest to completing these activities by signing the application, and then that is sent to HR, and once approved, then would go to payroll. You have anything else to add, Leonore?
Well, thank you, Tila. So we'd be happy to answer any questions, and we would like to reward healthy behaviors and habits, and we're asking that you please approve the wellness floating holiday.
Okay, do we have any questions, comments? Councilmember Shrubnik.
Sorry, I seem to have a lot tonight. I really appreciate your hard work on this. And I know we are essentially required to do a wellness program with AWC. I'm not, frankly, a big fan of them. I don't think, I'm not aware of data that actually supports their effectiveness in changing wellness behavior, which I think is the goal. I think I've lived under them in my previous work. I find them a bit patronizing just from a personal level. So given that we gotta, and we also know that time off is something that contributes to well-being. So I certainly want to do the time off piece, but I'm wondering if there's been any consideration to maybe lowering the bar to getting that, like maybe 1 activity or 2 activities. Because I think 4 is, yeah, it'd be great if people do that, but I just, if it's stressful to try to get to the day off, that defeats the purpose. And so I guess that's where I'm at.
So I think that when we were thinking about how this program would work, our goal was to sort of encourage employees to participate throughout the calendar year. So that was the reasoning behind sort of requiring the 4 different activities in the 2 categories, and then also earning the points and redeeming them in Castlight. So I think that in terms of we got to do it, I know that AWC is really good at looking at trends nationwide. A lot of the challenges that are included in the program, they actually run. So I think that it's at your discretion if council wants to change it to 2 activities, 1 activities, we can administer that. But the goal is to sort of keep people in the program and not just, in January they check the box and then they're done for the year kind of thing.
Councilmember Strebnick, I'd like to also add that these goals are pretty attainable, considering that 2 of the activities are 1-day shots. It's like Tila mentioned, blood pressure checks, a flu shot. You get 2 of those, you're done for that category. And then with regard to healthy habits, it could be anything like, oh, I'm taking a weight training class, I'm taking a yoga class, and that's going on for X amount of weeks. If you're doing that, we're taking that into consideration as well. It's something pretty attainable, but we're also wanting to reward healthy habits and get folks into the flow of healthy behaviors. And we're also maybe thinking about other activities that are related to the city. And if they volunteer, we want to take that into consideration as they involve themselves or volunteer in community events. So initially, I hear where you're coming from. I thought it was a lot. I was like, wow, Tila, this is what you guys talked about before I got here. I was like, those are a lot. But when they broke it down, and then I saw the data and I saw the results, and I saw the friendly competition that went on with these other Happy Trails events that we had throughout the year. A lot of our employees were engaged, and it was really nice for me to see that when I first came on board. So I think that it's pretty reasonable to ask for them to do 2 of each, in addition to ensuring that they redeem their wellness rewards and wellness points. So, but thank you. I had the same concerns. And when we talked about it, when I met with the wellness committee, this is something that they've been vetting for years before I got here. So I would really like to support them on this as well.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I really appreciate this programming from a business management perspective and from an HR perspective. Wellness programs do a lot for supporting employees as well as helping reduce insurance costs, and it's a team sport, which is great. So whether you're looking at 2, 3, or 4 program pathways, I would be more in support of 3 to 4 rather than 2, and given that the employees get to pick and choose what works best for them, it's great. And that competition between departments is a lot of fun. The motivation behind all that, and how departments tend to get into the spirit of things is pretty evidence proven. So I'm very much in support of this, and well done. So great.
Councilmember Baker.
Yes, I have been involved in this wellness program off and on for a number of years. I participated in some of the competitions, and I've seen the benefits that we get as a city from the employee participation and also in the savings that we get. And so I really salute the staff for their continued involvement in this program. And thank you guys very much.
Any further questions, comments? I am not seeing any. The chair will entertain a motion to approve a Wellness Day floating holiday.
So moved.
Councilmember File.
All right, moved by Councilmember Kugler, seconded by Councilmember File. Any further discussion? Seeing none, would the clerk please take the roll?
Certainly. Mayor Herbig,
Yes.
Councilmember Marshall. Yes, I see a thumbs up.
Yeah.
Councilmember File,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane,
Yes.
Councilmember Baker,
Yes.
Councilmember Shrubnik,
Yes.
Councilmember Kugler.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay,
Thank
thank you
you.
very much. Next up is staff report. First item, Aqua Club programming, update by Community Development Director Debbie Bent.
Good evening, Council. I'm stepping in tonight for Rita Marino, who is in the Community Development Department and spends half her time doing recreation programming. So Rita did all the work. I'm just here to kind of give this brief presentation this evening. So staff were asked to take a look at the possibility of looking at swimming lessons at the Aqua Club and looking for a partner. And thank you to Councilmember Shrubnik, who put us in touch with a swim instructor. We have a proposal. So this evening I can kind of outline parts of that proposal, and then we're looking for council direction as a whole as to whether you would like us to move forward with this. So the McDonald Swim School, which is run by Christina McDonald, would provide 8 weeks of lessons to 12 children as young as 3, and then up to school-age children at the Aqua Club in Kenmore. And then the purpose of these lessons would be to provide the opportunity for children to have access to water, to gain confidence around the water and learn water safety, which sort of really aligns with the promotion of access to the water. It sort of clearly aligns with that goal of council as well. The McDonald Swim School would handle registration and obviously provide the instructor. And the city would, this is an ask from the council, would provide funds to cover the cost of pool rental, registration fees, instructor fees, program management fees, and lifeguard if that is required. The city would then help find participants for this program. And what we would recommend is that we would work with Mary's Place for the children. And we did this similarly a while ago, where we offered a free week of camp for Skate Like a Girl, and we partnered with Mary's Place in that. The swim school currently is running lessons in 4 other locations and has experiencing running private and semi-private lessons. In terms of availability for the Aqua Club, they have availability April to May. So this is why we need direction this evening to try and get this program set up. So the 8-week program would be on Saturdays, starting in April through the end of May in the afternoon. And that would be, as I said, offered to 12 children, 4 children in a 20-minute class. So over an hour, you would serve 4 children for 20 minutes, another 4 children, another 4 children. What the cost would be is, if we assume that we would rent 2 lanes from the Aqua Club at $20 per lane, that would be $40. So then we're looking at $320 for rental of 2 lanes, or it would be $880 to rent the entire pool. For the instructor, charges $25 an hour. So for 8 hours, that would be $200. And then we didn't get a response yet on it, the cost for the instructor to manage the registrations. So we could maybe make an estimate there. We'd have to make an estimate there, maybe around $150, for example. If we needed a lifeguard for 8 hours, again, an estimate there of 20 hours, $20 an hour, so $160. So for this program, we'd probably be looking at about $830. That's assuming a couple of assumptions in there for renting 2 lanes, assumption on lifeguard costs, and an assumption in there on management costs. If we were renting the entire pool, it would be about $1,390. So that would be the cost. So so the question is asking council is this something that council wishes staff to proceed further with a contract for providing the service? Secondly, council is willing to provide a budget to support this program. And the last question then would be, we would assume that the cost of registration would be free. So again, that would be part of the subsidy the city would be doing, would be subsidizing the registration cost. There would be no cost to participate in this program. So right now we're looking at this. We haven't done this before. So this is, again, a pilot program to see how this works. And so that is the proposal. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councilmember File.
Yes, just first, you said 12 children?
Yes.
This served 12. Okay, so I don't, 12 kids being served by a program like this seems like not worth the time of staff time to put through all the effort. If this was serving 50 kids, 100 kids, I could see that. Maybe it's a situation of needing to compare it with the Y. But if we're only going to be serving 12 kids, I don't see how this meets serving a greater need in Kenmore. It's a select need at that point and at that level of number of communities served. So where I'm a huge component and proponent of connecting kids to swimming and swimming lessons and learning how to swim and water safety, I just am not, I'm underimpressed by the numbers. And this has nothing to do with the work behind it. I really appreciate all the work put into it. I just would want to see more served.
Councilmember Shrevenick.
Yeah, a similar feedback, and this is actually a fairly different than my understanding in a couple of points. One is the instructor actually teaches 4 kids in 20-minute increments for multiple hours. So 12 kids would only be 1 hour, but the Aqua Club is allowing us to go for 3 hours. So unless I'm not understanding, it seems like we would be able to do 3 times that or 4 times that if there are 4 hours. So that was the first question. And then the second was on the money. Renting the whole pool for 1 hour, the whole pool is $110. It's $20 per lane. So for 8 weeks, the whole pool for an hour would be $880, not 2 lanes. So, so that was the other, the volume and the money. And, I completely agree with Councilmember File. At 12 kids, it's not worth. And unless we're just viewing this as a shot over the bow, see if we can get something going, see if we want to expand it in the future. Maybe that's how we're thinking about it, in which case that might be worth it if that's how we're kind of viewing this.
This was the proposal that we received. The hours from the Aqua Club, we got a proposal for 1 hour, maybe 3 hours. It was little uncertain on there. The instructor could commit for sure to 1 hour, but so we might be able to expand it more. I'm bringing forward right now what I know for sure. We have had trouble getting hold of representatives at the Aqua Club to get firm answers. I think the instructor just had a baby, so she's been a little busy too. So we're trying to put this together. I'm bringing forward what I know so far. If there is interest in moving forward, I can certainly look into that. If we can rent the pool for 3 hours and serve, 12 kids an hour, that's 36 kids, if she's willing to and able to do that. Again, the cost would then go up if we'd obviously then have to rent probably maybe the entire pool rather than 2 lanes. We'd see. So there's still some uncertainty here, but I guess I would be looking for council direction if this is something even you want to pursue.
Deputy Mayor O'Kane.
First, I think I'm really happy to see that we're moving in this direction and getting something started. This is our first effort at this. I think it's really nice that the Aqua Club's even opening their door to this concept of the city renting it. And I just did a little quick math. Even if it were on the low end of 12 kids learning to swim at the Aqua Club, at the high end, I think you said was $1,300. That's $110 a kid. Swim lessons, it's been a while since my kids had swim lessons, but at what the cost for swim lessons is, if the city can afford it to help some kids in need through Mary's Place, I support it, and it's opening a door, and I would like to see it serve more children. But when we look at the actual cost for this, I don't, I think it's a start, but I understand wanting to serve more, but that's just what I want to share.
Councilmember Marshall.
Yeah, this sounds very much like a direction that I think we should move in. I'm very enthused by it. I also want to emphasize, though, that we should, as it develops, do the utmost to make sure that we're complying with all safety standards. It's like definitely if there's got to be a lifeguard, at least one lifeguard, if not more, and or some other, whoever safety personnel might be. I don't know what they are, but as long as we're absolutely following all safety standards, or the school is following all the safety standards as well, and we know that, and everybody's insured. I just want to emphasize the safety on the whole thing. It's just, when you get more kids, there's more possibility of risk, of course, and we don't want to cut any corners on that. It's such a wonderful, wonderful idea to be able to help out kids learn how to swim. Thank you.
Councilmember File.
Yes. I have another thought here. I mean, really, if we could get closer to 50 kids as a bare minimum, I would be supportive. And if we would open that up beyond Mary's Place to Kenmore Elementary, our Title I school, school in our corridor, and a hot pocket census tract at that. I think if we could include this pathway for some opportunity, that may have a greater impact. But if we can't even get close to 50, I don't want to put any more time and effort in this. And I'd rather see if there can be a comparison with Y, and the likelihood if we could do better. I'm happy that the Aqua Club is kind of entertaining a soft opportunity, but it's still so select that it's disappointing, and I'm sad to say that, but it's true. And I think we have to be honest about that.
Any other questions or comments? Councilmember Kugler.
I'm not sure if I know of all of the reasons behind this study, but I mean, I think we're all generally in favor of kids having the ability to swim. We know that there are, always several drownings in Lake Washington every year. It's, disturbing and shocking. And I agree with what Councilmember File said, that we need to be able to serve a large number for this to be, I think, worth the staff time and effort and funds. What I'm wondering is, are we interested in also considering partnerships? Aqua Club does offer their own lessons. Maybe they have room that they could open up to children in our community, and we could just subsidize it rather than covering all of the costs ourselves. Or could we partner with, YMCA or other organizations who do this? I think I just am lacking some of the context that's behind this work, though. Were there previous conversations about offering additional programming, specifically swimming? And who is the target audience? I think I'm lacking a lot of that information.
This is probably a new direction in partnerships. How the recreation program is usually run is that the city offers the facilities, and we look for partners to come in and offer programming at the city facilities, whether it's the Skate Like a Girl program at City Hall, or the Skyhawks camp, or something like that. The city doesn't have its own pool, so this is kind of we're branching out here. So we're, no pun intended, dipping our toe into the water here. Yes, there are probably other opportunities to explore. This is something that we were trying to pull together in a pretty fast way, in a pilot program way. And doing this with a minimal amount of staff resources, looking at this as one instructor. Obviously, the more children that you have, the probably you need more than one instructor. Again, so we're trying to do this in a small way, starting small, the incremental approach, before we go too big. So this seemed to be, if we are interested, a good way to start. If this is something that works, then of course we would then look at exploring how to expand the program and looking for other opportunities.
Councilmember Shrubnik and then Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, and context, I did raise it at the retreat, not this year, I guess maybe last year, but I think we brought it up again in this January one. Even if we have these pool studies that of course we just got the funding for, but that's a study, and then we have to raise funds and find a site. And we're talking about at least a decade before we have a full, it would probably be even longer. So the idea was to see if we could get something going in Kenmore. And Debbie, I didn't mean to come off too harsh. Obviously this, I'm very supportive of this idea. I think if we take it in the spirit that you just said, which is this is a start small, see if we can get something going, see if there's interest, see what it looks like, see how we work with that particular instructor, start with an hour, kind of see what that feels like, with a low investment, and maybe, potentially expand after that. Of course, my fantasy was that we would expand a little more quickly, but that may or may not be feasible in the short run. And I completely get it. That Angela, Councilmember Kugler, the target audience would be low-income kids, minority kids who are less likely to engage in swim lessons without a boost financially, because the data show that that is the case, that they're less likely to learn to swim.
Deputy Mayor and then Councilmember File.
Well, first, I'll reiterate that I do support this. I think it's a nice opportunity to start with, but I really liked what Councilmember Kugler shared about us potentially looking at subsidizing swim lessons for low income and children in need. One of the things that I like about this idea is that it integrates. It integrates children of all demographics and economics into one class. So it's not just a class of low income children getting their needs met, but it's integrated. So it's a little bit more, I don't know. There's something about that I like that idea, but I still like this idea. Okay. I still like the idea of working with, getting started with the group that we have, but there's something about the integration of us potentially being able to provide some form of a subsidy for Kenmore kids to do swim lessons at the Aqua Club, which if I recall correctly is open to everyone for swim lessons. No? Okay, I've forgotten. I thought kids could take
I
lessons.
think all of their programming, use of the pool is restricted to members or their guests.
Okay, yeah, for some reason,
That's my understanding, so.
memorized something wrong. But I know that the swim club is members only. But anyway, if there were a potential way to offer subsidies in some way at a pool, I think that would be great. But I still like the idea of the 8-week program, trying it out at $110 a kid on the low side, low participation side. I think it's not that much to spend. I do think we could get up to 24. I have a feeling this teacher might not want to do 3 hours though. But anyway, I'm rambling now. So I support it. I understand the concerns people have though. So thank you.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I actually very much appreciate Councilmember Kugler's recommendation. That being said, if we had these 12 and we were able to subsidize and get up to 50 as a total for our first run, that would be a good small program start from a steady lens of contracting it out in a way. That is the only way I would support this program moving forward, is if we can at least hit the number of 50, because otherwise we are just looking at a select opportunity, and it's a little bit reminiscent of why this attempt to address equity is very narrowed. It's not done in a holistic way that is to a betterment of our community at large versus the transient community only. So, and I'm sad to say that. That being said, I think we have to dig deep if we want to be offering mindful programs that directly improve outcomes within our community, close opportunity gaps, and increase and foster healthy outcomes for our youth. So, no on 12. If we can get anything better than that, I'd be greatly appreciative. The investment in the program is pretty minute, so that's not a problem. I would be willing to allocate more for a program that served more. And if that means we renegotiate with Aqua Club, that's great. And if that doesn't work out, then let's try, the Y. I think that would be a good way to go.
Councilmember Marshall.
Brief context for Councilmember Kugler. There was a survey done by the city in, I can't remember exactly, 2019 perhaps, or thereabouts, and it was a citizen survey, and surprisingly, a public pool came way up there in the priorities for what people wanted to see for recreation and use. So that was a big emphasis. And a big surprise and a big consciousness impact on our consciousness, I think.
Councilmember Kugler.
I just think there are a lot of different ways that we could approach this and achieve it if we think it's a priority. the Aqua Club is a private club, but I know that they do rent out the pool to other groups like Cascade Swim Club, because my son has participated in that. So that's where there might be lessons that are offered and you don't have to be a member to participate in Cascade Swim Club. I'm just using that as one example that I think there are different ways we could approach this and slice this and achieve it if we think it's a priority. I just think if we're going to put forth the funds, that it needs to serve a significant number of people. The other thing I want to point out is that for a youth to have proficiency in swimming, it's a significant investment of time and lessons. Like 8 is probably the bare minimum. So like to what level of degree do we want them to be competent at swimming? I don't know. I need to think more about this, but it's a pretty significant long-term investment, I think, depending on what our goals and outcomes are.
Councilmember Marshall, and then we need to get to a decision point on this.
You bet. I apologize. And I just appreciate Councilman Kugler's comment. I see it, and he's definitely right. You got to have a long-term commitment to learn how to swim. The kids were trying to approach on this. So the kids I've dreamed about getting a pool back in Kenmore and Northshore like we used to have years ago. The kids that we're trying to target on this have nothing, and they don't get the swimming lessons that my kids had, that I was able to have all my money and all our dough to pay for my kids' lessons. They don't get any of that. So I'm so happy to see at least some effort towards what we can do. This may not be the most perfect thing at all. But I think perhaps in this instance, perfect is the enemy of good enough.
So my question to council is, how do we want to proceed here? Are we moving forward with what we have? Okay, I see 4.
Just clarifying, I'm not supporting this at this level threshold. If they went back to the drawing board, absolutely reconsider it if they came back. But I'm a solid no at this point.
Okay. I appreciate that. I believe I saw 4 hands though in support. So Ms. Bent, do you have the direction you need? Okay.
Thank you.
Next in staff report, King County Aquatic Center Siting Study Grants Update by Assistant City Manager, ARPA Administrator Stephanie Lukash.
We have a theme going, an aquatic theme. This is a really brief update just to say we are so excited to share that we received a yes on our 2 grant proposals we submitted, one with Kirkland and one with Lake Forest Park and Shoreline, to do a feasibility study. So it's 2 things. It's where and what. So looking at possible sites and looking at designs and doing due diligence. So we'll hire a consultant and we'll be in partnership with those cities I just mentioned. And we just found out, so we haven't even had our first meeting of everyone together, but I wanted to share with the council, make sure you knew the news and just that we're delighted to move forward. I know this conversation we just had points out the urgency and the need for an aquatic center in North King County. So we're going to do everything we can to bring it here.
Sounds good.
And then while I have you, can I just also share the urgent business assistance will roll out this week. So by the end of the week. So that's coming. So stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Great. Councilmember reports and comments. There had been some talk about updating or changing our Coffee with Council dates and times. Currently, I believe we do it on the first Monday at 7:30 a.m. and then there's a subsequent Saturday at 9 a.m. Third Saturday day. Okay, third Saturday at 8. Yeah. Sorry. I would propose that we take the Monday morning one, which is incredibly difficult for a lot of folks, and take a look at maybe moving that to an after work happy hour style, like 5:30, something like that. Maybe not a full hour, maybe shorter, just so people can squeeze in between dinner. I don't know what day to use yet, and I was thinking about circulating maybe a doodle poll or something with folks to kind of see what might work for folks. Is that something that people are open to? Okay, yeah. Is that agreement, Councilmember Baker, or did you want to say
No.
something?
Yeah, the Monday mornings are pretty well attended. So I would hate to see them go away, but certainly something in the afternoon, a happy hour would be great. Give a different group of people a chance to come.
I haven't been to a Monday morning one in ages. Is it the same general group of people that we're seeing there that we're seeing on Saturday, or?
Somewhat, yes, but there are others.
Okay. Councilmember File.
Thank you. You know, I really appreciate the recommendation. Of course, tonight we also approved the council retreat packet, so that has a Monday, well, a early and an evening timeframe recommendation. I know that having attended many of our council coffees with our community over the past couple years since being elected, that we get about the same crowd in, we hear the same thing. These meetings are so early, can it be later? So I think this is good if we can, you know, do this kind of flexible opportunity for our community. It will serve people differently in our community and their needs. I also think a little bit later start time on a Saturday is appropriate. And it's been requested many times over. So that being said, you know, I think, what is it, 7:30 on a Saturday morning that we have coffee with the council?
It's 8 o'clock on Saturdays.
Well, I would recommend
Still
moving it to
really
9
early.
or 9:30, you know, be fair to people on a weekend, you know. And I think that would increase participation. That being said, I also think that when setting up these coffees with council meetings, we need to make sure that they're set up so that any council member can get that meeting going. So we're not having to wait for somebody to open the meeting, or it gets really awkward. And I think that would help it move along pretty easily. So thank you.
Any other thoughts on this? Is anybody opposed to moving Saturday a little bit later? Councilmember Shrubnik, were you unmuting yourself? Okay, sorry. I thought I saw you. Or was that Deputy Mayor? I thought I saw somebody unmuting themselves. Okay, well, I will follow up with a doodle poll with some proposed times. And if folks could answer back on that, that'd be great. Councilmember File?
Yeah, I think it would probably be best to have the clerk send that out, because I don't know that we or you would want to send out a doodle poll to the council. That could be considered a serial meeting or a secret meeting, OPMA wise.
I don't think it actually pertains directly to council business, but I would defer to the city attorney on that. But yeah, either way, I'm not married to sending it out myself. City attorney, is there any concerns with me sending out a doodle poll?
Yeah, there may be. So I'll work with you
Okay.
and the city clerk on that.
Perfect. No biggie. Councilmember Fowle, do you have another question? Okay. All right, let's go down the line then. Councilmember Marshall.
I hope for peace in Tigray and peace in Yemen and peace in Ukraine. Thank you.
Councilmember Shrubnik.
Not much. I have a Growth Management Planning Council meeting this week, so maybe at the next meeting, I'll give you a little update.
Councilmember Kugler.
No updates tonight. Thank you.
Councilmember Baker.
Nothing.
Councilmember File.
Thank you. I want to address, issues that we've been hearing a lot from our community about, which is the homeless camp that's going to be occurring at the Church of the Redeemer. And the sheer number of email I've received over the last 3 weeks about lack of notice, I think it's worthy of checking into what kind of notice went out and when, and who sent it. I certainly can say personally that I frequent that route past the Church of the Redeemer and not seeing a published sign, of a public notice. And that being said, I think how notice is done is really important to our surrounding neighbors. I can honestly say, in talking to many of the residents who written in or stopped me while shopping in the grocery store, have been really warming. They care about the community, they care about people who are struggling, and they also just don't like to be surprised. And they really want to have a better understanding. A lot of people felt that they didn't have notice to participate in a community meeting. That being said, who hosted that meeting? Was it hosted by the Redeemer? Was it hosted by Camp Unity? There's some questions. I think we have to really make sure that when permits are approved, that these processes are really checked off, that there is proof of notice and how. And it seems like this could have been done a little bit better for our community. That being said, I know that Camp Unity has been well received in our community in the past. I live 3 minutes away from the former site, and I even had a gardening plat on the Kenmore Community Garden site, which was just opposite of the Camp Unity site, and never had a problem while I visited my garden. That being said, they have been really good partners in our community, and I think that with some assurances, I think that the surrounding neighbors would feel a little bit better.
Deputy Mayor.
One thing, so I went to the Sound Cities Association Deputy Mayor's meeting today, and a big topic was the lifting of the mask mandate and return to the in-person meetings. And so I think this is an important thing for us to have at a future meeting and at a near future meeting. One thing that did come up was updating council rules to allow for in-person and dual meetings, just to look at our rules to make sure that they accommodate that change if that's the direction that we want to go. And the good news was some cities have already gone to dual meetings and it's been successful. There have been some cities. Anyway, it was an interesting conversation. I recommend that we all start thinking about what that looks like so that we can have a good discussion and hopefully get to see each other in person again soon. So that was the thing that I wanted to raise today. Councilmember Marshall, excuse me. I just want to thank you for your message of peace to start this meeting. We're certainly in a time that we need to focus on peace and the world that we want to live in. We're seeing a lot of bravery and courage out in the world, but this focus on peace that you brought up, I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have anything to report today. I do agree, though, with the Deputy Mayor that we probably should schedule time at our next meeting or subsequent meeting to talk about the possibility of returning to in-person. I also worry by saying that out loud that I will bring upon us the next variant. So, because every time we've talked about going back to in-person, We thought we were doing it at Labor Day, Delta hit. We thought we were doing it New Year, Omicron hit. Like, I almost feel like we're jinxing it if we actually discuss it seriously. But yeah, it's probably time to start having that conversation again. Yeah, Miss Housley. Can't hear you. You're not muted. Now you're muted.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay. Just wanted to remind you that Rob will be back in the office a week from tomorrow, on the 8th. And so no one-on-ones this week, but definitely if you have any questions at all, just get in touch with me and I'll do my best to get answers for you.
Sounds good. Well, seeing nothing more to come before us, the Kenmore City Council is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Good night, everybody. Good
Bye-bye.
night. And good night to all of our